Patrona, adesso dice che c'era poi, amici poi, come capita. We have a few that need to be excused. We have Lisa, medical, Dwight's on travel, Dara is at a graduation, Martha is sick, 3 months medical, Steve is on travel, Wayne's going to be late, and anything else, anybody else that needs to be excused? Micah? 12:30. 12:30.
Chairman Donna, 3 o'clock.
If we're still here by 4, I'll have to leave by then.
Okay. And Donna, would you say when?
3 p.m.
Russell?
Su casi ayuda Santiago Western if they choose up below. I got to leave here at 1 for the graduation in Whiteburger.
Okay. Okay, we need a motion for approved excuses. Vanessa?
I'll make the motion.
Second by Pam, question by Bill. All in favor?
Okay.
Online, Donna?
Yes.
Neil?
Yes.
Opposed? I'm voting.
Did you say yes?
Yeah.
13-0-0.
13-0, motion carried. Okay, on the agenda today, we were gonna recess from last meeting, and we're gonna get back on the regular agenda. Including on the agenda was a Tribal Health Alliance, Dan Crew, and they're gonna talk about 638 compacting and the process that what we're doing and where we're at with it. We had a request from council that we need to bring them here so they can update the council. So that's what we're going to do today. I think we're going to start off with our guests and then get back on the regular agenda to do a few time-sensitive resolutions, and then we'll call it, out of respect for one of our directors, we'll call it a day. After that, we'll adjourn. And we won't have any meetings on Thursday and Friday of this week. So, Russell?
Yeah, Chairman, at our last meeting, I did tell you about that resolution that Amy.
Yeah. It should be sitting on the desk up there.
I just had it redrafted, and so I have the copies. I'm reviewing it, and we'll pass out copies.
Okay, we'll do that too then. Okay. Pam?
Good morning, Chairman, Council. I think we need to appoint Brianne, right?
Right.
And then I'll make the motion to go ahead and give her compensation for being
Okay,
sergeant.
motion to appoint Brianna as temporary sergeant armed with compensation, second by Ray. Do you start our presentation. Looks like you're back online. Dan just handed out an activity report, and so I'll invite Dan up and his, I think it's Chris and Russ that will be presenting today. 2 years ago, we had a letter of intent to send up or by the council for Rodney to sign. He was the chairman at that time to go through the process of 638 and our compacting our hospital. So we've been going through that process for the last couple of years. We've got grants that allow us to plan, educate the public, so they're going to go through the timeline with you guys today and tell you what we're at, and they have formed a task force to help us go through this process. They'll talk about that and what we need to do from here. So there was a request by a couple of council people to bring them to here today because they were in the dark about what was going on. So they're here today. Dan, Chris, are you guys ready? Russ? Okay, but Dan.
Okay. Morning, everybody, welcome, Dan Crew, board member here as well. My involvement with this whole project, third-party revenue collections that have been involved with over the years here, the ambulance program and the pilot program. So I've been brought in like 5 years ago to help with my daily leadership, so that's where I started. And I worked really have been involved with third-party revenue collections for almost 18 years. So that's where I my expertise in and so forth. So when I started back in with Damon with the health admin, he asked me to help him with further with the third-party collections and also get involved with the compact and be part of that and provide that kind of support for as we try and move into that decision making during the takeover of the hospital. So my role in that would be on that side of it, ensuring that the third-party revenue is secured with this transition. So along with that, Skylar brought me in to help with developing a task force as we got more, as the council and the tribe got more and more serious and moving towards this direction. So she brought me in to help work with that task force, and I've been leading that for the most part for the last 12 months. And we with that task force, what we've been doing is just bringing, brought in Chris and his group as consultants who are the experts in finalizing the compacting agreement for you guys. And that's what their involvement is. And they will present next update on that compacting and the technical. If you look at your sheet, this sheet gives you that I handed out gives you kind of an history of what has occurred with this project, as well as the activities that have occurred along with it in the last 12 months. So back in 2015, when the first planning grant was secured by the tribe, you guys signed off on it, was secured. A study was performed, and the results of the study were astonishing, showing the mismanagement of the. I'm live, right?
Yep, you are. You're live.
So, and that's the truth. The mismanagement of the IHS with the hospital. It showed there was 4 major things on findings in that before that study showed that they were just dereliction of duty. As I saw it. And I've analyzed that study and so forth, and I provided an abstract reaction to it to the health admin and so forth. So that's where this all started back in 2015. And then in 2020, there was another grant approved by the IHS. The council approved that, going after that grant to start the next study on compacting. That was awarded by IHS. They completed it. Readiness survey was completed a year ago, was presented here, the findings and so forth, and of the community and their position and outlook with this project. And they all, and with that results of that study, the community basically said yes, they want to move on this. So after that, when Robbie was in president's position and so forth, this whole project and so forth, where we wanted to go, was presented to him. He said, okay, what do you want to do? He said, let's do it. So he presented a letter of intent to IHS in May of 21, telling the IHS that we are officially going to make this move. And that's where it all started. And obviously the council approved that as well as the resolution. So then in November, when Scott came on board, we updated him, debriefed him on where everything was at with this, and he also sent another letter of intent reconfirming as a follow-up to IHS of our intentions. So that happened in November of 2021. 2022 was a big thing. It's where the tribe approved the resolution to go after the last final grant for this project, for compact. It was awarded, and it's in place now, and we hired Tribal Lance, Chris, and Russ's group who are experts on completing the 638 process. And they'll talk about, they're going to present next on their processes and what they're doing and where we're at right now. And that's the direction of the IHS folks up in Aberdeen. They directed us, Dan Davis said, you guys need to go to DC, talk to Browns, and do about funding for the hospital for this. So we did. And they're in support of it. The Bolton and Browns are in complete support of this initiative. So that was a success. So in addition to that, the next thing that we did is we wanted to tour other tribes and other facilities that were successful with 638. So we did that. We went to Heel River. We do this. They said that this is a smart thing to do financially, as well as from a sovereign standpoint. We're gaining more control over our sovereignty by making this move. So every one of them had said the same message. It gives us more power and control of this facility. A couple other things that we did too. Chris and Russ have 638 compact training for council reps and whoever wanted to attend. And both of those we have held in Denver as well as Rapid City, providing all of the education and information on compacting. And there were a number of were in attendance.
Sorry?
So, and then the other things that we're currently doing now is these pre-negotiation work groups, and this is all again a step-by-step process that's all in place, and that Chris and Russ, these experts on the compacting, you have to follow a step-by-step process, which are identified in the regulations and so forth that we follow. So, and part of that process is doing the pre-negotiation work groups. Those work groups are set are set up so that we can understand and be ready to take over the project, so that we gather the information and data from IHS about the hospital on its operations, so that we're prepared to lead these and make operate the hospital. And that's the purpose of the book. But Russ and Chris will go into that a little bit more in their presentation. And again, one of the next steps that you'll see is that on your list is the Council Health Board training, and that's tentatively set up for June 14th and 16th. And again, this is part of the whole procession and step-by-step that we have to follow to make sure that we do this right. And that's, again, it's tentatively set up for Mystic Lake on June 14th and 16th. 14th and 16th. Okay, the outcomes of all this is basically simple. Taking control of the hospital and being able to having the opportunity both financially and administratively to make decisions, quickly and for our people. And just to share some of the things that I think I've shared with before with the tours that we've had with San Carlos and Hill River and so forth. Those facilities are providing tremendous amount of services to the people, to our kids, our grandkids, and so forth. It's amazing. The difference between what they are offering and what we're offering are just crazy. I mean, I just can't believe that we cannot. We're falling short on that area. And so that's really basically how I see what our objective is: assume control, so we have that and be able to make those decisions. The other thing that we're talking about is the fact that there's a program called Joint Venture and the 105L, which we can build our own hospital and be able to pay for that on our own through these programs. And that's one of the things that Scott and Wayne have been working really hard with Thune and Rounds and so forth, and to secure that corporation funding and so forth. And it's looking good. It's looking really good for that. So that's kind of the activity, outlay of work of where we've been, where we are today. Russ and Chris will now present an update of what this whole step-by-step process is, and share with you where we need to go. Does anybody have any questions for me before I turn this over to them? Okay, all right.
Good morning, Tribal Council, President Berman. We appreciate the invite to be here to share with you this strategic update regarding the 638 planning process and the steps that have occurred to date. And I'm Chris Walker, as I shared, I'm the founder of our Tribal Health Alliance. And this is a company that I saw fit to create back in 2007 as a company that assists tribes that are in the 638 process, or tribes that are looking at entering into the assumption process either by contract or compact with the federal government. So over the years, we've been working with tribes across the nation to improve their healthcare delivery systems, looking at third-party opportunities, and the significant thing that's occurred across the United States is, as states deem this, is the expansion of Medicaid. And we're just about 6 weeks away from South Dakota officially expanding Medicaid starting July 1st. And so this is a whole new opportunity that a tribal or the IHS healthcare provider will have in enrolling individuals that can now be covered and recouping the third-party resources. So our firm does look at business office functions, how to improve third-party, and oftentimes, and we've done this with the Indian Health Service and tribes, there's always an opportunity to improve. You don't get into this without looking ahead, having a strategic plan to provide more services. The IHS is not appropriating more dollars to do this, so it's contingent on creating the services that produce the third party that can expand those opportunities to add new services, hire new doctors, hire new providers across the board. So our team is made up of specialty consultants that work around business office, PRC, nursing, mental health, facilities, and Russ is with me today. He came on board about 2 to 3 years ago with us, and But he retired from the Indian Health Service and he was an area lead negotiator. So he was the person that would have been on the other side of the table as tribes were negotiating with the Indian Health Service for their contracts for their programs or their compacts for the services that they deemed that they desire to operate for their people, for the Indian community around them. So we have several slides. Oh, and another individual that we have on our team working with us is Elliot Mulholland. And you see him up here, he's the attorney. There he is. Good day. So he works alongside us. He's with Hobstraps, Dean and Walker. He's in DC. And so he is taking he's the attorney role, the legal, and also Elliot is a specialist around the whole Medicaid expansion and looking at what we call state plan amendments. And we need to look at what does South Dakota have. So Elliot, you want to do a quick introduction?
Yes, well, thank you very much, Chris, and good morning, Council. It's very good to meet you all, kind of at least virtually. I've had the opportunity to meet with a couple of you already in person in Rapid City during some of our meetings. But yes, I'm with the law firm Hobstraps, Dean & Walker. We're a law firm that only represents tribal governments. We've been in business for over 40 years. And my specialty, as Chris says, is working with tribes in the healthcare space. We represent tribes across the country, both direct service and also tribes that have taken over their programs, kind of, from every step of the process, from, smaller tribal clinics up to large hospital systems. So very excited and kind of honored to be part of this team and excited to, answer any questions any of you might have today about the process going forward. Nice to meet you all.
Elliot serves on council with To the City, which is the Navajo 638 program, and several others across the United States. So I'm going to ask Russ to join me now, and we're going to kind of tag team. But is there a way to have the presentation on both screens? Do we know?
I guess I don't know.
Okay.
Calvin back in there. Calvin, is there?
Just talk about last one. There's not much on the slides, we're just kind of guiding us through our discussion.
Were there any questions or comments?
Can we get the presentation on both screens? Is that possible? Or
No.
you're not gonna turn around?
We're okay.
Okay, all right. That's okay, Calvin. Well,
We apologize, we have to talk to the back of the head, but we'll speak loud enough.
There's
And so this is the slide deck we can email, and that can be, presented to individuals. You have it as a kind of copy, and this is a focus of this whole process. As Dan had shared, we had 2 self-governance training sessions. One was 2 years ago, almost in June. This year will be 2 years ago in the Denver area. And then we had a subsequent one in February the following year in Rapid City. And so, these are activities that have occurred since we have been contracted with to assist the desires of the tribal council to look at the processes to assume operations of the Rosebud Service Unit. And those began in November this past year. So this is just kind of like looking back 6 months of what's been accomplished today. Okay.
Sure. Well, good morning. I'm Russ Peterson. I spent almost 40 years with IHS. I retired about 5 years ago. I knew Chris before. He tracked me down and put me back to work a little bit. So, but I enjoy being on this side of the table now. So it's fun. So, we're going to briefly just kind of go through the process of where we're at today, and where we're going in the future. So see if I can figure out how this works.
So does it feel better telling Travis yes rather than no?
Yeah. Well, now I'm on the side.
Yeah.
I know he says you're not telling the truth.
And when he gets here, a little history of myself. I started my career in Native American healthcare operations with the Cherokee Nation, and under Chad Smith, we developed in year 2000 a 15-year plan on how to expand the services of Cherokee Nation. We only operated the outpatient services. We didn't even have the hospital at that time. So there are those kind of different relationships you can have. And, and I was the executive director for the Cherokee Nation Health Services, and had the opportunity in 2005 to join the Bush administration as the senior advisor to then Secretary Leavitt and the director of the Indian Health Service, Dr. Chuck Green. And he's a Cherokee. He's now the Secretary of Health at the Chickasaw Nation, left federal retirement and came back. So just a little background of operational healthcare operations in Indian country.
Hey, and one close, I was actually the IHS lead negotiator on the Winnebago Compact. So the Winnebago Compact, that they assigned that to me and shipped me up there for a while to negotiate that one. So.
And we were a consulting team on the other side of the table.
I grew up in North Dakota, so I like coming back up this way. I live in Albuquerque, but I grew up in North Dakota. I grew up in Newtown. So the steps under negotiation, we look at it in 4 steps. There's the planning phase, then it's called pre-negotiations, then you actually get into negotiations, and then post-negotiations after the assumption documents have been signed, and we start moving forward in the tribes assumed operations. Planning is probably the biggest one, and we're right now kind of finishing planning, moving towards pre-negotiations. Planning is this phase. According to the documents, according to the Federal Register, planning phase must be conducted to the satisfaction of the tribe and must include legal and budgetary research. So that's why Elliot's part of the team, and budget stuff, and then internal trouble planning and negotiation prep to do this. So that they state that right in the budget regulation that before you move into these things, you have to go through this process. You have to state that you've done this and you're in that piece. So. And feel free to stop at any point with a question. Okay. So in planning, a lot of this is information gathering, analyzing the information, and then informing the leadership or people to try to make the decisions that we have to make about contracting, how we're going to do it, what we're going to do. So we have, over the last 6 months, made several requests. Actually, we're on our 3rd major request right now to Great Plains for data. They've been very cooperative, and they've provided us most of the data we've asked for. This is an example of some of the data we've asked for. We've asked for tribal shares. What money is essentially Rosebud's tribal shares at the service unit level, at the area level, and at headquarters. We've asked for PSFAs, which is programs, services, functions, and activities. So we've gotten all this data from them. We've gotten budgets, financial reports for the last 3 years. User data, we've got user prompt, we've got a lot of that data we've looked at. We've requested and received the third-party revenue data that they've collected to this date in the last 3 years. PRC, purchase referred care, that's another one we've asked for. Staffing, we've gotten organizational charts, we've got listing of all the staffing, we've got all the position descriptions. We've received some of the program reports. IT, our last meeting last month in Rapid City, we actually had Great Plains IT people come out, and they spent a couple hours with us and went through a lot of IT questions. Because IT is one of the big pieces when you take over a facility like this, is making sure that we're ready to run the systems. We've talked to them about accreditation. We've talked to them about the actual facility itself, what projects are coming forward, what are some of the deficiencies. So that's just a snapshot. I mean, I think the first request we made to them, we asked for 30 different line items. I think the second one was in the 20s. And I sent another one a couple weeks ago after our last meeting for a bunch more data. So I've got all kinds of data. And I've been sharing it with our work groups. As part of the planning, we had to look at like the management structure. We have to look at how the facility is currently running, and then we start looking at how would the tribe run it. How are we going to transition that over to tribal management? We looked at their staffing issues. They have a number of vacancies. And I think, if I recall, there's 250 some staff positions, but they're only staffed at, I think they have like 70-some vacancies or something. We've looked at some of their policies, but we have to develop our own policies to tribe will have to, because you can't, you don't want to use IHS's policies, because that's the government policy, you have your own policy, so that's kind of where we're at right now. Program files, descriptions, and financial tables and information.
Find every underlined.
One of the critical pieces, like this one there, let me see, did this jump too far? No, yeah, that's right. I'm gonna come back to that. That was a work group set.
Oh, do you think it got?
There we go, I missed that slide.
This is important slide.
During this process, initially, we set up what are called planning work groups. And these are the work groups that we set up, and some of you have been aware of these, but we have like the steering work group that kind of is a higher level that manages all these other work groups. We've set up a human resources work group to really look at the staffing at the hospital, how we can transition to working with the tribe into their HR or the hospital HR. We have Linda runs that one. We have a finance work group that Myrna's been a part of. They've been looking at the data, finance data. We have a business office work group, PRC work group that's starting to work on looking at the policies and procedures when the tribe takes over PRC. Procurement and contracting is a big one that we're working. We're still waiting for some data from IHS because IHS has all these contracts for supplies and services, and the ERs run under a contract. All those contracts would have to be reinitiated from the tribe. So we're working through that process. Elliot his staff does a lot of that in transition, move those contracts over to tribal contracts. Patient services is really run by the medical side. They're looking at bylaws and services being provided and what services can we look at adding. Support services is around IT and facility and maintenance and medical equipment. That's under that group. The attorney consultant work group kind of links in with the steering work group. Kind of overlapping thing. We also, one of the big things in the attorney consultant work group is as we start going to pre-negotiations, we have to develop the documents to send IHS on this, and we have to go over scopes of work, those types of things. There's two work groups that we have not established yet, and that's the negotiations work group. So once we go to negotiations, that'll be the individuals that will be sitting at the table negotiating with IHS. And then another one that's real critical as we move to that point is a public relations work group. That's the one that's going to be working with the community, talking about this transition and how the tribes, what services the tribes can provide and how they're going to do it. So that's a real critical one in this process. So the request, where we're at right now is as part of the steering committee and the legal committee, they're in the process and they've completed this health system charter. It supposedly, Skyla's there. Oh, she was there, she disappeared. It's going before the health board tomorrow, I believe, for final review before it comes to council. But it was established this health system that kind of removes it a little bit from directly under the tribe to a health system. And in that case, the council then, the critical steps in this is where we're at, is appointing board members to that system. And then that system would also, question?
Yeah, can you go back one slide real quick?
Sure. How far back? Let me see.
Oh, maybe it's,
Right there.
oh, geez, right there.
Okay.
So you said we're on the attorney consult portion? Is this all in order? Or
Not really.
these are just working
They're just
groups?
working groups.
Present working groups that were established like in January.
Okay. The last two.
The last two haven't been, the negotiation, public relations aren't really
Okay.
operating yet.
So the negotiation portion of that, when you said that the parties are gonna come together, are we going to, I'm sure a lot of the council are getting phone calls too from employees up there, because it's out that this is a forward moving thing and we're trying to get this done by a specific deadline. And I know public relations is the next one and we really need to do something about that, but Is there a timeline when we're gonna sit down with some of the employees there, have some working groups? Okay, and you'll get to that later?
Yeah.
Or- Okay.
That's, as we move from planning to pre-negotiations, that's the step. That's the
Okay.
next step that we're essentially at.
Because that's a delicate thing, because you're doing this planning, that's your right to do, but then information gets out, but then having the engagement with the Indian Health Service comes when there's something more formal coming from the tribe, such as the recognition of this charter, and you're making these steps. Now, that gives the pathway to go directly to the area office and the CEO, sit down, have these discussions about, now we're moving forward on all these other discussions. Because we need to ease the heart of these employees to realize this position of the tribe to bring allow as many of those as they desire to stay in their federal service. But we just described, there's 75 vacancies, and those will become tribal members. So it'll be a blend of the culture, but it's all gonna be under Rosebud.
And then that's really kind of what happens in this next step is when we're leading up, we're gathering data from IHS. So people are hearing at the hospital, hearing that we're gathering data, but we can't tell them, we can't meet with them until we get the data, get prepared, and then set up a meeting. And we're about a month away, 3 or 4 weeks away from having that next step for meeting with IHS.
And it's not us, it's not you guys, and your consultants team. Oh, it's the IHS that has this procedure.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, I guess, it is a good plan, and I guess we need to know about the finances. Because Indian Health Service is funded at, and I'm hearing different percentages. But if they're only funded at 60% every year, and our proposal is to probably increase our third party,
Yes.
to meet the demand of our people. We never get that quality service because of funding. And I see you guys have a projection of 3 years. I don't know what kind of information they've been sharing with you. Do you guys have all that data?
Yeah.
Can you share that with us so that we can share it with our public? Because it is, we're having problems getting doctors, we're having filling positions, and we want to assure the public that all the I's are dotted and the T's crossed. And so, but we need some kind of information feedback, it is, it's going to affect our people down the road. And we want to assure them that what we're trying to do is the benefit to them. And I see where our leadership, you've been working with Sioux and Brown, Senator Brown, and if there's some assurances of possible new hospitals coming in. But I know Indian Health Service always has this, they're always short on employees, or they can't find doctors. Doctors don't want to come here. We don't have a decent golf course, we don't have a horse racing track or anything like that. I'd like to see the comparisons, and I'm sure you guys have all that.
Yeah, we do, and I'm glad you asked that question because that's real critical. The percentage is not 60, it's 40.
Is it?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's
Well,
way low.
I don't want to.
But part of the rules and regulations, what I've learned from these experts here is that we do the joint venture. That joint venture gives us means that the government, when we take it over, has to provide us with a salary package, and that's where that $20 to $25 million extra we can get. But that's we have the compact on this side. the joint venture or the 105L, which, you know, we got two options. We can go after with Dune and Ramos. That's the key. Because if we can get them and get that support and so forth and get that funding, that's where we can make a difference with our providing more doctors, more nurses, and expanding the services where they should be.
Well, how do we have assurances that we will get doctors here or professionals? You know, if they're sitting at 40% funding all these years, no wonder we're in a sad situation. To me, and with our population growing every year, and we're sitting at 40%, to me, that's so negligence on the part of the government.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Why not just file a big major lawsuit? I mean, that's less than half.
Yeah.
Half of the funding that, and I'm not too sure, and I'm sure that our council reps that went on these tours of these different places that they went to, I don't know if their tribe is bigger than ours or if their facility is better than ours. I don't know that, but you know, if they're recommending contacting, you know, I mean, that's a good idea.
Yeah.
But we gotta be short. You know, we don't wanna sell ourselves short, you know, just for the sake of trying to improve on something.
Right.
And we do have a economic arm of our tribe, and we're having problems with that. And I really don't, you know, I want to be cautious. Of course, I'm not going to be here in a few months, but you know, I still have the right to go to that hospital and be given quality care.
That's right.
And so I really, I really want to look at the financial part of it. Maybe you can give us some copies or something.
Gila River, just to touch on what you said, Gila River, you know, 15, 20 years ago, before they went compacting, the size of their staff was 250, which is the same size as us. Now they're over 2,000. They have over 2,000 staff from 15 years ago. And that's all because of the compact. They went compact, they did a joint venture, got those funding and so forth, and able to bring those doctors and expand those services. So it's all, I mean, this whole thing is all driven on money.
Yeah, and basically, and that's what we worry about because, you know, natives across this country, we get shorted out all the time.
Absolutely.
And for us, as a Sioux Rosebud Sioux tribe or Brule, we have a treaty. And, you know, we had that addressed in court and they kind of, you know, went with us. So, I mean, I'm just kind of.
One thing that you can address, and I think is really good, is that July 1st, when you expand Medicaid in South Dakota, we should see over the next year a huge increase in third-party revenue because my experiences with some of the other states that expanded Medicaid earlier, like when I was working in New Mexico with the tribes there and IHS, when New Mexico expanded Medicaid, our third-party revenue for IHS and the tribes just went through the ceiling. They've got more money now than they need, and one of the things they can do with that, because the tribes are operating it, they can offer just certain different incentive packages for doctors because you're out there trying to hire docs away from other places. You know, and they're going to go to the best package, and sometimes the government's not the best place to work. If the tribe can offer a different type of incentive package, you can recruit. So one advantage of having that third-party additional money is developing a recruiting package to try to recruit some physicians and stuff.
And that's the thing too with third-party billing. I mean, we had to hire somebody to come in and deal with that directly, and we're still not up to standard with that.
And I've only collected 40% for like the ambulance and those parts.
Correct. And so, let alone a hospital, I'm sure we'll probably get all the experts in place, but.
I think the hospital right now is collecting more money than the federal that they're getting in appropriations. They're getting about $20 million a year to run the hospital.
Then you talk about, can you give me a dollar figure?
On For theirs?
Yeah, what is the hospital generating right
20
now?
million.
How much?
20, for the third party, 20 million.
27 million.
That's third party, 20 million.
And their federal
And then the
corporation,
40% that they get from the government, how much is that?
about another
49.
27 million.
So this whole operation right now
About
is sitting about $40 million.
$50 million operation. Correct.
We actually, in the past, we tried to go to, I lost my train of thought when I see one of my colleagues walking in.
The one that's sick beside you too.
But anyway, just one more question. I see all kinds of hands going up.
Then we got over here, yeah.
Yeah. You know, we did that. You know, we tried to go to Avera and, you know, the biggest hospitals here. And we said, you know, we got this big chunk of money, you know, come and help us. But they never really wanted to go there, you know, so.
Okay, let's get Jordan, then we have Sharon, then Ray. Ray, you have your hand up too?
Thank you guys for coming today. I guess seeing on the thing that public relations is one of the last things that we have to go through. I kind of wish that was higher, just because like, for me, I don't sit on health board, so this is all kind of like new information that we get put through, and then I don't know how to answer the questions properly, because I have to wait to know the answers till we get here. So is there any way to like blend that process to get that information out, like to ease some of those concerns to like the 638 versus the IHS, the benefits and things like that? I mean, we talk a lot about like our doctors, our poor healthcare, and like my colleague Russell said that we won a lawsuit, but what does all that mean? You know what I mean? Because sometimes I don't even know what the lawsuit means because we haven't gotten better healthcare, right? I mean, we still get the same runaround, you know? Yeah, so, I guess I would just like to see more information put out, and then, like, what he was talking about the employees up there, they kind of set them into panic, like, they were throwing an October date at me, and I haven't heard anything about that October date, so then I was like, trying to explain to them what I know, but at the same time, like, I just wish that we would put that out there more and like constant, you know what I mean? Like, we have Facebook pages, we have a radio station, using those to ease some of those concerns, because I'm not a health expert to know like what the benefits of 638. I know what I've learned so far, but if for the people who don't pay attention to our council meetings all the time and they get told something that may or may not be true, then you're trying to correct all that. Whereas if we would just be open about this is what 638 means and this is what compact versus contract means, like all of that, it would just be so much easier and to explain and have all that information just readily available instead of waiting until we're here. And kind of, I know that people are probably like panicking today and like because they think that it's happening tomorrow, and they're not have the full understanding of what it means. So I guess I would just like to see that a little bit more on the public relations side of it being in the forefront, so our people have that voice ahead of time and the understanding ahead of time, then we're not having to sit here and text and answer questions, you know what I mean?
So what do you think, what are they panicking about? What is the issue that's causing the panic?
There's a lot.
I mean, do they not? I guess because I think through the whole process, most likely no employee's going to lose their position. They're going to just be, they'll probably stay federal. The idea is they would all come over as federal employees under what are called interpersonnel agreements or MOAs. They would be assigned to the tribe. They would still get the federal pay. They'd have the federal benefits, the federal retirement. Now maybe they don't know that.
They don't.
See, that's the issue is that's not our job to tell them. That's
I'm just sitting here trying.
This is where I just supposed to be asking this question.
Okay, so I just want to get this out there before I forget, because while Russell was talking, I was like really trying to get these questions out before everyone started. So I'm getting asked questions by the public and by the employees. So I think we need to have some things set up, a potential start date, some pros and cons of compacting, contracting. And then we need to have some frequently asked questions.
Yes.
And for the public, and then for the employees. I'm getting approached by those exact same questions there. So, we need to have a meeting with them and let them know, or somehow let them know. If you're saying that's IHS's responsibility to let them know that, then is there action that this body needs to take to inform IHS to start doing that? Because I guess I felt like it falls on us as representatives of the tribe to inform the employees. One thing they're really panicking about too is the tribe calling admin days, and I want to be able to have the time frame where we can express to the employees, like, you still call the police when we have admin leave, you still, are able to get an ambulance to your house. So you have all these things, services that operate because the tribe isn't open doesn't mean that those won't be. Yes.
Exactly.
So, and then the separation that you guys talked about, that needs to be addressed too. That's not gonna be Sherry saying, I want you to fly my auntie out today. I want you to approve her PRC request. We really need to just get those basic things, because that's what's scaring people. I don't think that they don't have the information that we have about the 40% funding, the third-party billing. They don't know the benefits. So I think that'd be a good start. And if you have any suggestions for us, and I know this isn't our first meeting with you. I remember the first presentation when you all came on, and we seem like we're on. You did tell us June that we would come back, so you guys are a little early, so that's good. But those are what I think. Potential start date, pros, cons, frequently asked questions. And did you say you have anything that we actually need to take?
Well, I think, and we can get to the next slide, we're getting to that point, because we've actually discussed that. Well, let's hold that for one slide.
Okay.
And then I'll tell, because then the next slide. So
Okay.
this slide, the health system charter is a critical piece, because if this process is adopted, this group then starts working on those policies, procedures, and rules that will run the health system, and they'll establish these independent scales, personnel policies, and contracting. And one of the biggest steps that we're at is we need to look at hiring or contracting an interim CEO, someone that's going to step in on the tribal side and run the facility. So this is a critical step that we're coming to right now. Once this step is in place, then I think it's kind of really moving forward to the next, which is pre-negotiations. This is where we're at right now. Is our meeting in Rapid City tomorrow with our work groups. A lot of it's going to be, what have we identified in the planning process that we need to go back to IHS and actually sit down at the table and talk to them about, rather than just ask for data. Now it's time to sit down with them and start talking about any of these issues that have come up in all this data review. And then, like I said, is have the tribe and IHS identify and discuss issues directly related to this issue. So during this process is when we'll talk to IHS and say, okay, tribe's intent, and I'm assuming this is the intent, is to keep all the employees the way they are. So the president can send a letter and say, we're going to do this, this is their intent. IHS then has to sit down with their employees and talk to them about the process. Because they'll all have to enter into these IPAs or MOAs, and that's IHS's job to inform them about that. The tribe has to develop their own policies to hire new people, because if there's a vacancy out there, they'll want to transfer over to the tribe. This is pre-negotiations is good. This piece right here is happening over the next 2 months. This is where we start answering all those questions and really getting input. Because the whole idea is the planning process. If you go through the planning, at some point in planning, I've seen tribes that have said, well, we don't want to go any further right now, we want to wait. So there's no use going to talk to the IHS employees and stuff and get them stirred up. But once the decision is made to move from planning to pre-negotiations, you're kind of at that point where you're starting to make those commitments. And you're starting to talk to the people and answer those questions. Great idea, though, to come up with FAQs, some of that information. That's important.
And there are standard ones that we could produce, like talking points, discussion, that help you as you visit in your community or you address these issues. And this whole slide deck, we can email, and it could just be for you as a discussion document. And we didn't put our phone numbers on there, but we're always available. Not not always 24/7, but, you know, we need to increase maybe the frequency of just having a discussion pass off time and doing a Zoom and saying, hey, this is what I'm hearing, what kind of discussion points, you know, can we deliver in this? And some of that clarity comes stronger, and it's, you're experiencing what every tribe is experiencing in the history of Assumption. It's the staff involved, and
So staff,
We're right at that stage where this is perfect time for us to come here, because we're right at the stage where it's critical. We're going to need your guys, the tribe and the administration, whatever, to now start getting involved with these next steps. And hence, that's why on that document I sent out to you, council training in Mystic Lake is really important for you guys to attend. It's big, so those that are going to be, you know, wanting to get involved with this need to get there.
And I'd encourage you, as we look at those dates, if that would work, then we gotta make some arrangements with our hotel and develop I'm working on the agenda now, because we can be discussing specific, you hear discussion around, well, what's this budget gonna look like? What are we gonna be managing? And what's a forecast of how that can grow over the next several years without a joint venture? And then we're gonna be, it's boring, but it's neat is going through the whole Office of Inspector General compliance of healthcare, because tribal operated healthcare delivery systems are on the watch list of the OIG. So we're standing up a healthcare delivery system that will meet all their criteria. If they come in 6 months after you have operations, it's like a clean bill of health.
So one example is when I worked on the Winnebago one, when we got to this point shortly after this, we had the same issues with employees there. I mean, it was all the same issues happening. So once the tribe got to this point, they had, IHS notified their tribe, answered a lot of the questions employees asked them about what to do, but they had joint meetings. They went into the facility and had joint meetings with the tribe and IHS and said, you know, you can stay a federal employee, come over and we'll take care of you. Under the agreements, you can retire from the federal service and become a tribal employee.
Mm-hmm.
So the tribe had a package. They said, well, if you become a tribal employee, this is your benefits. Or you can decide to go do something else. Most of them want to stay as a federal employee until they get to retirement age. Some of them may retire and then come back to the tribal employee.
Mm-hmm.
So that's when we get to that point where we need to present that to all the employees and say, here's your options. We don't want to get rid of you, we need you. But here's your options for employment in this new health system. You can be a federal employee, you can be a tribal employee, or you can be a contractor or something.
Yeah.
So that kind of has to get put together so that you can present that.
Yes.
And that's kind of what our HR work group is working on, some of those types of things.
Okay.
Identifying those needs.
Okay.
Because under the charter, you're establishing an entity much like your White River with Nursing Home and Redcon, where they have their own HR policies, their own procurement policies, and they can develop their own salary scale that makes an offering attractive to come and work in this community. So we're keenly sensitive to those features.
Yeah, money talks.
And money talks.
You know what else walks.
So like I said, this is right where we're at right now. So we're going to be probably following the Mystic Lake meeting. We will be meeting with IHS.
Real quick.
I actually invited them to Mystic Lake. We don't know yet. We haven't got to that point yet. So during this, and then I think this is the question about your timeline. In this period, the tribe determines the timeline. And you essentially decide when you want this to all take place. There is a process, and I'll address what there's some regulations that when you negotiate with IHS, like if it's Title I, you send in a proposal, they have up to 90 days to accept it. Title V, contracting, there's no real timeline, but you have to sit down and work out a timeline to get this all going. We also address any concerns and issues with the data that we received. To determine what we're going to contract for. We developed the draft scopes of work, which we've already started, some of the drafts on those.
And your organization's very familiar with the scope of work because you have a Title I contract today for your health administration. So you're a partner in receiving funds and operating services. So scope of work design is not a new deal you're learning how to work.
And the funding agreement, and the funding agreement's Title I, funding agreement's Title V. I mean, it's kind of a generic slide, but that's where Elliot's the attorney on this. They've got all drafts of those documents, so once we start going through those, that'll be that piece. So that's where we're at with the next step here. So that's what we developed. We drafted the contract for the compact. We determined if we're going to do retained services or buybacks for anything. Then the staffing transition is a big part of this. Determine how we're going to transition staff. I mentioned before, but an IPA is an individual personnel agreement. It's actually an agreement that the employee, the federal employee signs, and the tribe signs, and it says they're essentially going to be assigned to work for the tribe at the facility. They maintain their pay. I mean, the tribe gets the money, but then IHS bills the tribe back to pay those salaries. So that it doesn't go through the tribe's HR system, it stays on the federal side, but the tribe pays the bill with the funds that come from IHS. MOAs are for commissioned officers. It's the same process, it's just two different documents. But they stay federal employees, but they're assigned here, they'll be working for the CEO or whoever runs the facility. Russell,
You're talking too fast for me.
okay, slow down.
I heard something, I want you to back up a little bit and talk about contracting like right now for administration or compacting. I'm hearing that's a possibility, part of the negotiating or?
Compacting for the administration piece?
Right now, like, you said some timelines or something.
Well, I did say that one of the things that we have to look at is determining the timelines for the whole negotiation and when the tribe wants to take over. So, I mean, you could say we want to try to get this all done by October 1st. We want to try to get it all done by Well, let's try to do it on October 1st or January 1st because it's the fiscal year or the calendar year. It's a little bit easier, but you can compact or contract any day. So it's really how quickly we can get through this whole process to move to that point. Like I said, it could take, I could easily see this happening late fall, January 1st. That's kind of where we're at.
I think what he was talking about earlier was contracting for doctors. Business model to try to recruit those doctors. We can rather than put them on as employees, we can go after them under a contract and compete against Barrow or anybody that's trying to get these doctors coming up to school. Go after them, contract them on, get them in. But again, you got to have money to compete against them to get them here. So
the other point you might have cited was
that's a better for an individual coming out of school, whatever. A contract is probably more attractive than being an employee. So
this might be the other point right here, where it says hire a contracted CEO. This is something that the tribe would do right now. This health system would hire this person because you don't want, let's just say, the tribe signed a contract with IHS and took over January 1st. You need to have someone that's going to be in charge on January 1st. So the idea is to get someone on board on the tribal side that can be on board for 3 or 4 months before that happens so that they can be doing be ready to take over. All of these costs, once the compact is signed, are reimbursed to the tribe from IHS. So any costs like hiring a CEO, hiring some other staff, consultants, attorneys, they're called pre-award costs. So once this whole process gets finalized, we essentially send a bill to IHS and they pay the tribe back for all those costs.
So like the trainings that we go to, like in Mystic Lake, all that time for anybody that goes there, it's all reimbursable back to the tribe.
And the work groups that have been meeting, Myrna tracks, a sign-in sheet, because he knows what these people were paid and how many hours they were involved. So they're tracking all that cost that is, because this does create an extra burden within some of your departments, because they're learning the capacity of understanding the healthcare delivery and the dynamics. And, they're realizing this health entity will probably have its own HR, but at least the tribe is assisted in kind of defining some parameters and experience to that organization. And I apologize, I used the term health administration a moment ago, just to clarify the scope of work, because today the tribe has a contract with the Indian Health Service, and Skylar's programs are defined as the Rosebud Health Administration, and all those services you provide are under that contract, and that's how I use the term health administration, because that's what you call it.
Just so everybody,
Not, yeah.
Just a question here. How far away are we from having a comprehensive staffing budget plan? I mean, in the past, we've tried this, and all the stuff we're talking about, we've already addressed. But what's never been presented to us is our hospital. This is not a comprehensive hospital, how many doctors do we need, how many, whatever. How much is it going to cost to hire them?
Yep.
How much is it going to cost to retain them? And overall budget. Once we get to that, then we can start talking about how does our HR system have to be changed to keep them here, recruit them. How does our finance system have to be changed to administer the program? But we've never been presented with that overall plan. We keep talking about numbers, but what is that number? And then once we get that and get things in order, then this council can decide, yes, we can go forward, or no, we can't. Because whenever we go talk to senators and congressmen, even administration, they want to see numbers, they want to see a plan, and we don't have them. All we have is a proposal, we have a letter of intent, and some ideas. We don't have a concrete plan. So how far away are we from that plan?
I think the planning process is coming to an end, and I think we have that, we're at that point right now where we know what the numbers are, we know the budget, we know the dollar amount that IHS has, we know what they've been collecting over the last 2 months, and we know the staffing costs, and we know all the other costs. We've got a breakdown, so we can develop that budget.
We've had those numbers for the past 15 years, and we haven't done anything with that. I mean, we know that $40 million isn't near the amount. So is it $80 million? Is it $100 million? How many doctors, how many nurses, how many technicians do we need? Once we get to that point, then we have a better idea of whether we're biting off more than we can chew. And once we get to that point, then, like the last time we met with one of our senators, he said, you get a plan to me that's workable, what you need, I'll make sure it happens. So we have that support, we don't have a plan. And we can't be talking about $40 million because it doesn't work.
Well, I agree with you, it doesn't work. You're going to get exactly what they're doing. I went into the IHS operates a system called Hospital or Healthcare System Planning, HSP. It's open so anybody can get access. So they granted me access. So I did a planning document for Rosebud at Dan's request because if you go for joint venture, joint venture is one where you're planning for 10, 15 years out and you're meeting your need now. That document said that you should have about 500 employees. They're currently supposedly funded at about 300 is what's on their rolls. Now, whether they have the money to pay all those because they have a bunch of vacancies is different, but they have 300 positions identified at the facility. Based on your population and the services you should have 500.
That's the kind of stuff we need.
yeah, and that's been done. But here's the problem, and here's the real twist and complication to that. The user base, the user number, like 12,000, that's being used to calculate the staffing package. It's too low. It's not the right number.
We have an opportunity here to avoid all that. We don't have to worry about those figures. We know they're wrong, we know they're outdated. We have an opportunity now to fix it.
Yeah.
So what is it? What is it? What does it look like? It's fixed, so we have something to push for. We can't be talking about these old stats, we can't be talking about these old numbers, because they don't work. We have to have something that's gonna work for us. And what does that look like?
Well, we've got that, we got our hands are tied in terms of initially starting with what those numbers are.
They're only tied because we're allowed to be tied.
Let me answer your question. So we got the 12,000 user-based number that we plugged in. We tried to use that number at the beginning.
Who says we're required to use it?
Because of the regulations. Now,
No, who says that? We're in negotiation.
I know, what I'm getting at is that what we want to do is we want to fight to increase that number to 25,000. That's what we want to do.
The number comes from whether, and I think the history is, it's user costs, it's people that are using the system, and those people that aren't using the system. We can, I mean, I've always told Dan that, to me, this is two parallel paths. We're doing the compacting for the existing hospital, and we have a planning side over here where we're working on what should we look like in 10 years. 5 years, and that's the piece that I've got the data. We can plug in any number we want to give you a number. The question is going to be is if whoever's going to fund this is going to come back and say we need to verify those numbers.
The data's all wrong, we know that. So the formula they use are all wrong, we know that. These people are making appropriations, they know that. They're looking at us to give them a plan of what it looks like to make this thing work. Not what IHS done in the past, not what they funded in the past, but what does it take to make this thing work? All I'm saying is don't tie our hands for us. We don't have to tie our hands.
We're not tying our hands.
Yeah, I've changed the numbers.
We have two plans. We have one, which what we initially have to start with, and the other one is we're going to present, this is the plan we want. Because this is what our enrollment numbers are.
And a lot of that's up to what the tribe wants to build and what you want to apply. But I agree with you. I mean, the number is low. We just have to, when we get to that point, say, okay, what number does the tribe want to use, and do they feel comfortable with that number? I mean, is the number 18,000?
Don't worry about the number.
But then
The number drives the
Number
building budget.
drives how
Now it does. It does now because we allow it. For the first time in history, during this COVID, the tribes were allowed to self-certify. First time. So it's possible. Don't tie our hands for it. Just what do we need?
And we're going to present that.
But Wayne, there's a process in healthcare planning to determine the number of doctors.
IHS
As
is
much as they've
No,
been there,
any
and never
planning
had
process to determine doctors, you need to know how many there is. Population is what drives it. So if you have X amount of
going
patients,
out the door.
you can then say, okay, every doc can see 200 patients or 1,000. So population drives doctors, staffing drives space. So it all comes down to, and we can do,
Services provide numbers. Because IHS does not provide a service, they have not provided a service for the past 20 years. Nobody goes to our hospital but the people that can't afford it. So those statistics are wrong. Everybody knows they're wrong. So why do we have to force ourselves to use them? That's the only thing I'm trying to say.
I totally understand, I understand.
And
what you're
before
saying.
this body can make a decision, we need to see what that big picture is. The doctor costs us $300,000 or it costs us $500,000.
Right.
How many do we need? And what does it take to maintain them, support them, so we can change all of our rules? That's the kind of stuff we need, but we have to have this big picture.
Right.
We're on the same page with
We've been talking about this for 20 years. Talking about the same thing for 20 years. But we always tie our hands. That's my only comment. I'm sorry for.
Well, July 1st with expanded Medicaid is going to help because it's going to increase the dollar. I totally agree with you.
Yeah, council, this is the first time that we went to DC, and actually both Senator Brown's and Senator Thune are their priorities for this term is healthcare and public safety. And the last discussion we had with John Thune was give us a plan. I'll present legislation based off your lawsuit to fund to staff your hospital. And so they're willing to do this for us, so we have to give them the right numbers and come up with the right plan to do that. We can't do the same old. So we got it here in DC. We just need to come up with a good plan if we're going to go in this direction. So, and a lot of it's based off of what type of plan we have. Are we going to go joint venture? Or we're going to go 105L leasing? What does that mean? I'd like the presenters to talk a little bit about what joint venture means and how we apply for a joint venture. Does that mean more funding? What does the 105L leasing mean as far as building a new hospital or requesting a new hospital? And what does it mean for joint venture if we go in that direction? So I'd like you kind of explain to council what that means.
We will address that.
Okay.
One slide on this topic. The next step is negotiations, and that's after pre-negotiations. This is where, Elliot kind of takes the lead on this side. This is the attorneys talking, and we sit down and you hammer out the agreement. Essentially, this is where you hammer out the agreement with IHS on how you're transferring money, what's happening. This is usually over a series of a couple meetings, and then once everything's signed, you go into post-negotiation. This is where you sign the documents and the money starts flowing. So that's kind of that process. That's the last of that slide in that group. I will address joint venture and 105L lease.
I want to go back and support your statement, because the data we're getting from IHS is that IHS data. And they just look at the numbers that way. We're thinking outside the box. What could the future of healthcare delivery services, and what does that potential group look like? Is it 20,000 people, not the 11,000 we're saying? And what will that entity look like, and what budget would it require to sustain it?
We're on your side.
We're on your side.
Exactly. We want to do what we can. Joint venture,
we don't trust IHS that.
in my IHS career, I'm also an engineer, and I worked through the OEH program, so I was very involved in joint venture program. I worked with some tribes that have received joint ventures.
I do.
You have two. I just finished up one as a consultant with them after I retired. But joint venture program is a program that IHS operates where it's in the language. Congress allows IHS to go out and solicit from tribes projects in which they will build a new facility. Tribe will build a facility. In exchange for that building the facility, IHS agrees to staff that facility at the full staffing, and that's where I come down to. Right now, there's 300 staff at Rosebud. If you built a new facility based on IHS's data right now, you would, what do we come up with the cost? 500? I don't know what the cost is, but you build this new facility. To staff that facility, you would need 500 people. So IHS will agree through Congress to provide you an additional money to hire 200 more staff. And then that will be reoccurring dollars every year. So you're putting out the money to buy the building, or pay for the building. In exchange for that, you're getting all these operating dollars to operate the building for the next work. It says 20 years, but once it's reoccurring, it'll always be reoccurring. So the payback is really fast. I mean, it's 200 employees at, even if you say $100,000 an employee, if that's the cost, that's what, $200 million a year?
Yeah.
Something like that?
$20-25 million.
Yeah. So you get this huge increase in staffing dollars. It's a competitive process right now. IHS will come out and they'll say, we're putting out a solicitation on phase one. We want anybody that's willing, that wants to do this, to send in data. They have a little form you fill out. And once you go through phase one, then they'll say, okay, you've made it through phase one, now you're going to do phase two, which is you really tell them your plan. What are you going to build? How are you going to finance it? What are you going to do? And are you capable of doing it? And if you make that list, then they start at the top of the list and they give approval to these tribes to start building. Because once the building is done, IHS has to go to Congress to staff it. So that's how that program works. They haven't been on for joint venture in about 6 years now. Yeah, they're just finishing up the last list because they had 7 projects on the list. So that's why we're anticipating that over the probably next year, they'll be coming back out, requesting more ISO. So the joint venture program, that's why it's called joint venture. Tribe builds a facility, the government steps in. Under your contract or under your compact. So it's kind of a joint venture. Tribes that have done it,
And those will all be tribal hires.
And you can generate a bunch for a third party, and you can pay off your building. You're getting your money back through the building, you pay it off that way. 105L lease is a program that's been out about the last 6 years. It's a program where we're working on a couple right now. Essentially, and 105L means it's the part of the law. It's under 105L. If you read the law, 105L is the paragraph. It's almost like a reimbursement. It's a reimbursement to a tribal program for the facility costs related to an IHS operated program that you're operating. So for instance, the ambulance program. We're working on gathering data right now on what it costs the tribe to run that facility, essentially the building costs, the utility costs, costs related to that. We then submit that back to IHS. They give us what's called a lease, but it's really just an operating document that they reimburse the tribe those costs. They are now allowing, it says in the language that you can pay principal and interest. So if the tribe went out and built a brand new facility, not a joint venture, but just built a new facility, you could then, once a year, you could turn in your principal and interest payments that you had to make on that loan. And then IHS would then reimburse you for those costs. So over the period of, you have a 20-year loan on that building, for instance, you would get your costs reimbursed every year under that. So there's no staffing dollars with it.
Russell has a question. I want to interrupt you, but
Are we, in your research, are we utilizing that program that, the one you just mentioned?
105L.
105L?
We're working on Skyliss programs right now. We're gathering data for ambulance, CHR, substance abuse. Those are programs that are currently being operated with the tribe. We're trying to get the data all together so we can make a submittal to IHS to get those costs reimbursed for this going forward.
Is there some additional?
Hey, Russ?
No, hang on, I'll get you.
You know, right now, the MOA of the Indian Health Service is not have adequate doctors or professionals there to take care, so we ship our people out, either to Rapid City or Sioux Falls or wherever. And you know, we have to help our people to get to the site, you know, especially when it's really emergency. So we under a cost here too. It's on a daily basis, you know, because they're not taking care of the patients there at the hospital, they're shipping them out. Are we, as a tribe, eligible under this 105? I guess maybe our health admin can answer that question, but
105L just covers facility costs. It doesn't cost like transporting people. It doesn't cost it's a rounding facility, so
well, I mean,
it covers your electricity, your utilities, your gas,
okay.
improvements to the building. Those are the costs it covers. It
Oh,
doesn't cover.
so you mentioned ambulance service. I mean,
That's the building, essentially the building that runs ambulance service.
oh, okay, okay. I see where this.
Elliot, you had a comment.
Just to kind of add in here on the 105L lease program. So that section of the law has been in the law for many, many years. But IHS always took the position that I didn't have the money to fund it. So several years ago, about 6 years ago, as Russ said, one of our clients, the Manila Association of Native Village in Alaska, decided to sue the IHS and make them pay for the lease. So there were two lawsuits. The second one we were eventually successful on, and the IHS was directed to pay for the leases. Then Congress then stepped in and said, okay, we are not going to fully fund the 105L leases. So in the conversations you've had before, several of the councilmen pointed out the IHS has only funded it 40% of need. Congress has funded these 105L leases at 100% of need. So no matter how many facilities you're using, and I should also point out that this This applies both on the IHS and the BIA side of it. I know we're not talking about BIA today, but you should just know that any facility you're using to carry out a contract with under 638, the IHS or the BIA has to pay for that. And they pay the fair market rental value of the facility in perpetuity. So even if your facility, let's say you've got a mortgage on your facility that you're paying off because you took a loan, let's say that loan is paid off in 10 years, well, in year 11, IHS still has to pay you. In year 12, IHS still has to pay you. And they pay you an annual amount, which is based on what, if you went out if you had to go out and rent a facility, whatever the fair market rental value of that facility would be. So what some tribes are doing now is using that guaranteed stream, because now Congress has guaranteed that those payments will be there as collateral for a loan for construction financing. And that's kind of cutting edge. Tribes are just starting to kind of look into that possibility. Gila River did it for one, and we have a number of clients who are looking into that as well. So that's another potential piece, with in terms of getting construction financing. Now, it doesn't provide as much funding probably as a staffing package would under the joint venture program. So that might be the primary or maybe your first choice. But this 105L is another good opportunity to kind of get funding for facilities costs. And to point to the other point is once you get those 105L funds, you then can use them to help support your program. So if you need to use those funds for kind of maintenance improvement on the building, you can do that. But you can also use them just generally support the program.
President Kern asked us to talk about the joint venture versus the 105L lease in context of a new facility someday. And the joint venture would have a reoccurring cost of a new staffing package. And I think the analysis we ran was based on the present numbers of IHS
With growth factors.
with growth factors that would be producing $25 million a year for staffing package. And if you funded that in a 30-year note, then your recovery under this program would be about $12 million, so it's about 50% less. So the logic would be, well, let's lean toward the staffing or the joint venture because we're getting more resources for the operations, and that's only going to go increase as we use more appropriate data that is relevant to your community.
And I think it's a parallel path, because you have the contracting and operating it. This planning for a new facility, the planning, we've done some initial, but we should be working towards what does a tribe want for a new facility. Once you decide that, you then can take that, and if joint venture opens up, you can use that to go through joint venture.
Mm-hmm.
If joint venture doesn't open up, you can do like what the president said, use a congressional method of doing some joint venture lookalike, see if you can get a direct appropriation. And if none of that works, you can always do 105L and build it that way. So the planning process and identifying what that facility would look like, what you're going to provide for services, should be going on anyway, so that when you get to that point of joint ventures available, we'll apply. If not, we'll go to Congress, we'll figure it out, but we have to have that, like you said, we have to have a plan. So there's nothing should be stopping that plan.
Russell?
Yeah, my last comment, I know there's a council and house board training scheduled for June 14th to the 16th. But to me, this is such a serious undertaking. Why can't you have it here so that we can go through this whole step by step so we understand what we're gonna vote for?
We're gonna go to shopping. Just kidding.
It was a recommendation. We will come wherever you gather. Mystic Lake came up as an alternative, as a destination.
As long as you give us extra dollars to gamble,
We can always come back here at any time and continue this update and give you more information.
I think that's a better idea because sometimes, some of us are conditioned or grew up hearing things. You know, we wanna hear things. But we also been taught here in the last 85 years of IRA government that everything has to be on paper. And so I wanna hear, but I also wanna see. I mean, that's kind of, my thought. It probably ain't gonna happen because I'm sure the health board wanna go to.
We can return and do more detail, more in-depth stuff, whatever you want. We didn't want to go too detailed right now because we can't do it all day.
And just like you have it, negotiating work group from February, March, May, June, I think from this point, you should have it with the tribal council. Because we're the decision makers. And I'm sure we're gonna get feedback and questions, and we wanna be able to answer them in a good way too.
Well, that's part of our meeting tomorrow in Rapid City with the workers, is to identify where they're at, if they need a decision made, what we're going to present, or what more information they need, because they're supposed to be looking through all this data and figuring it out.
Any other questions for Russ or Chris? Go ahead, Micah.
So the joint venture option, what numbers are those based off of, like our user population? Or how do we explain that?
If you go, the joint venture that IHS runs, if they're running it through the IHS program in their priority system, they actually have, they ask for what's your user pop, and IHS maintains user pop numbers, and what a user pop is anybody that's touched that system in the last 3 years. So if you've been to the Rosebud Hospital once in the last 3 years, you're considered a user. If you haven't been there in the last 3 years, you're not a user. So that's the number that they use that number. And then based on that number, they look at, how big a facility should you have, what condition your facility is in. So there's some questions you answer to see if you make it to the next level.
So the joint venture isn't guaranteed.
It's a competitive process.
Yeah.
So, I mean, because I appreciate Wayne's, questions about the numbers and agree with him and on some of that discussion he had with you all, but so even if the contract we're using the same user pop numbers that you would use for joint venture. And
we can argue those numbers. The tribes have argued and won some of those, because there's some new things that we could try that say that we disagree with your number because we know, and it's been documented here that people don't use the system, and they're frustrated for us.
So they're not coming. Is there a way that we can, I don't know if leverage is the correct word, but leverage the lawsuit that we won against IHS in any of these negotiations? Because I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, Health Board or Scott, winning that lawsuit, we didn't ask for anything. So
it probably would be helpful with the joint venture piece, because then it shows that there was definitely a need.
Yeah.
And that's the response we got in DC was, okay, what does that lawsuit mean as far as the quality of care that's being provided to the Rosebud IHS? And basically both of them said, come up with a plan, we'll find money, we'll base it off your lawsuit and create legislation to give you what you need. And that's kind of their plan, but we have to come up with something.
Elliot, have you had an opportunity to review that suit? That outcome?
Yeah, absolutely. It was a great suit. It established that the tribe has a treaty-based right to healthcare, but it doesn't quantify it, as the president just said. So it sounds like both senators are very interested in kind of using that lawsuit, as the basis for providing those funding. So I think that's a great result.
So the way I understand it right now with compacting and joint venture is something we decide to do. It's based off of our user population regardless. So up to now, with IHS continues to be underfunded, our numbers aren't correct. So when we go towards compacting and joint venture, there's still not, our funding is still gonna be below what it should be.
Unless,
As you compact or contract, you're getting the assets as they occur today. Plus, moving forward with joint venture, you'll be increasing, that's where they fund that understaffing issue, is they identify, this group, even at the present staffing, needs 500 employees, not 300.
But how's that guaranteed though?
You sign an agreement with, if you are awarded that and go through the process and you're awarded joint venture, IHS will go to Congress and ask for the staffing.
and you can change.
You have an agreement with them to do that.
The point through that process, once you get to joint venture, yes, it's driven by user profit. You can, at that point, with documentation and data, convince IHS to increase your user profit. And it has happened. One of the tribes I worked with, they were in a similar situation. In a small facility, they couldn't provide care, so a lot of people weren't going to their facility. They were going outside.
I mean, just like for me to process this and understand it, so why hasn't it been done in our current situation with IHS compared to, I mean, like, is there an explanation for that, or why hasn't?
IHS only looks at user data, who comes in their door, because they don't know anybody else exists. You as a tribe know, well, our enrollment is X, which is twice the user population, so we would advocate, well, let's use valid enrollment data.
But if that's an argument that we've pressed before for years, why have they never honored that, and they'll only honor that now with compacting?
Because of new funding. Well, they won't
do it in a compact.
There's no new funding. IHS doesn't get very much new funding, and they have to redistribute based on money. And so right now, fundings are pretty much set. They get increases. It doesn't change. The idea behind joint venture is a pot of new money. It's brand new money.
So compacting, it's not quite guaranteed.
It is guaranteed. It's guaranteed existing and what you're getting right now. What the heck?
I mean, no, I mean, going to our actual numbers and what we know.
You would still operate it under the same scenario IHS is.
Yeah.
Okay.
And you're not, they realize they're transferring those resources to you as you deliberate and go down to joint venture, or you go down, if we can't get Congress and your senators to look at this and look alike and fund something, what are the other pathways? Well, you just go out and construct. Well, we would use a system, this HSP that Russ has been talking about, and say, okay, our goal in X is we need a facility that's this large to take care of the needs of 30,000.
And I understand that part. I know some of the questions are repetitive, but so the other thing is, I mean, our location.
Mm-hmm.
You know, some of the tribes that have compacted or contracted that some my colleagues went and visited, they live in ideal locations to be able to recruit those providers and that staff.
Mm-hmm.
Recruiting providers here has always and will continue to be an issue because, you know, we live in poverty, our educational systems aren't great, our healthcare service isn't great. So what is, I mean, something to think about down the road is how, what do we make those packages attractive to recruit those physicians that we need? Because right now, our hospital is a clinic. So is that a decision, or is that going to be a topic, you know, when we start negotiating or something, are we going to have a clinic or are we having a hospital? Because we could build a beautiful facility and then turn around and can't staff it. We continue to have the short staffing issues, so then what happens?
That's part of the tribe. I mean, that's under contracting, then the tribe makes those decisions.
Mm-hmm.
IHS isn't making those for you. You make your own.
I mean, that's what I'm saying.
But that is a big decision to make. You're right.
Yeah. And your interesting, your location, I know that it is a barrier, but other tribes are seeing improved experience when the relationship with the provider is more in a tribal business structure than the Indian Health Service. We actually heard in one of our sessions, the patient care session, which Dr. Cody is over, and he made a comment. They're bringing people out here who want to serve in the rural area, and those people came, they tried the experience, and because of the IHS, they decided to go somewhere else. Could you have, if you were operating, could that have been a better environment for you? I think so.
Yeah, and I think that's something that, you know, you don't think about or take into consideration is being an IHS employee and what that means too, so.
Yeah, there's a culture of healthcare people that want to serve in these areas, and, you know, like, that's why the Cherokee Nation, we worked for 20 years to increase the number of DOs that can be graduated through the DO schools across the nation. And finally, the DO national program decided, yes, we will partner with the Cherokee Nation through the Oklahoma State University Medical School, which produces DOs. So several years ago, the Cherokee Nation built the school an $80 million health sciences center. And this next year, the first graduating class of 40 new doctors who are going to be committed to work in Indian country. They've only been trained in Indian country. And so there is a pipeline, is what I'm discussing, how we could sponsor youth who want to come back and serve in the community. I apologize, I'm watching the clock because at 12:30 I have a client call about a joint venture that did the thing that we're talking about where they only had 30.
It calls at 1:30. 12:30 Mountain Time.
Oh,
And you're in Central.
I had two back-to-back, and so I'm just remember, I'm 20 miles away from where I was.
And just one more
Different time
comment to the rest of council, on the slide about the Oyate Health System Charter.
Yes.
I think we need to start moving forward on establishing that new charter because of the process that it takes for us to put that.
It should be coming before council on the next meeting, probably, I don't know when, but it's ready, I think it's ready to go.
Yeah, I think there's a couple little additions. You know, and we can only advocate for processes that we see work best in Indian country in managing healthcare resources, and that tends to be when the health system stays within the tribe's government, then HR, finance, running healthcare is not like running housing and just day-to-day business of running a tribe, because there's different levels of expenses, recruiting people. So, you know, having a charter that's creating this whole new system of, I call it governance, the oversight over the health care, and then you're pretty much charging that organization to take care of the system. I mean, you still have oversight. And whether we do here or Mystic Lake, and we go through the Office of Inspector General Compliance, you're going to go, oh, I'm glad we made the decision to have a charter.
One point I think, when tribes contract, it changes from an IHS healthcare system to a tribal healthcare business. The mindset kind of changes. It looks at it more like a business, because healthcare is truly a business right now. You look at it on the outside, it's about making money and trying to make money out of healthcare and reinvest it back in. So.
And that's where I was going initially. You know, I think you're 1,300 square miles just here in Todd County. I don't know what else makes up the reservation beyond that, but here, okay. But when you look at the population of the county and river enrollment, very few IHS facilities. I mean, you have a hospital and your outpatient services, and everybody had to come to there. We had the same thing at Cherokee Nation. You know, we had Claremore and we had Hastings. They expected all us Cherokees to go to those places. And over the years, we have built 7 other ambulatory care clinics across the reservation to be closer, because you know, exactly. And we really wanted the primary care, those most frequently needed services, pediatrician, primary care, within a 20-minute drive. of where someone resided. So we created maps of, well, where's the towns, and where we have housing and staff. And, but you're on the cusp of starting that process and then looking back 15, 20 years saying, oh my gosh, look at what's being delivered today. IHS is stagnant. They're not going to go past where they are today.
Thank you.
That's all we have unless you have other questions.
I just got one comment that we heard when we was in DC, when we had all those federal agencies giving their presentations, and one of the presenters up there were talking about mandatory funding that was proposed by one of the senators. And they actually reported that they have an advisory council in the White House now that's gonna try to propose mandatory funding for IHS again. I don't know how far it will get, but the idea of that mandatory funding kind of fell to the wayside, and they called it something like, they came up with some other alternative as far as advance appropriation. So that's what's happening now, and I think if that advisory council is just maybe proposing that something be done with mandatory funding just for IHS, I think it might have some I think some of the senators kind of were open to it, but they didn't really commit to it or anything. So there's a possibility that we could get some mandatory funding for IHS. So just want to throw that out there. If you guys remember right. Wayne, do you have anything to?
Just one last comment. You know, most of us want to do this, and we're looking for a reason to do this. But if we're forced to live within the IHS system, we don't want it.
That's right.
We don't want it at all. That's why I'm adamant about these things. Don't tie our hands.
All right.
Is it safe to say that after the Mystic Lake meeting, then we're going to be starting the Q&A and all of that with
I would say
Oh,
the information?
I think there's some Q&A that we can get.
We can start with that. I think after Mystic Lake we'll start meeting with IHS, and I think that's critical piece.
Just so we have some information.
Right.
to take
I would
back
say
after the
that's
question
gonna happen
period
over
today. Okay.
We need assistance getting everybody's email, if you don't mind us emailing this.
Send this to Nicole, the secretary.
You're the lady in charge, huh?
All right, thank you.
All right,
Thank you.
for coming and presenting. The council needed an update for a long time, and I'm glad you guys came to do what you guys did. So there's a lot more understanding of what's going on with the process. So we'll continue going through the process until we're told we're not doing it again.
Good.
How many more slides did you have?
You want one more? I got one more.
That was the last one.
That's the last slide.
That was number 13.
That's short.
Okay, you usually go around and shake hands when we're done, so thank you guys for coming. Start on this side, Chris.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nice to see you again. Thank you.
Nice to see you.
You were listening in.
Thank you, good to see you. Thank you. Yes, good to see you again.
Thank you.
So interesting.
You're related to other Marshall?
Thank you.
Thank you, appreciate it. Yeah, this is the first time you've been able to have a dialogue with you.
No,
Can we have a working lunch so that way we can get these resolutions
Yeah, we need to get our business done and leave.
All right, thank you again, sir. We'll come back to
Meet us in a meal first.
Oh, I thank you.
Yeah, you meet us in a meal.
Cigarette real fast.
I'm down with that.
Yeah.
We're a lot clearer now, so.
Yeah.
How you doing? Good.
Okay, let's, there's a request to have a working lunch. If we get somebody to do a meal prayer, and then we'll get our lunches and sit back down and present some resolutions. Stan, you have a meal prayer?
She left.
He said stand.
Oh, Stan.
Yes. I need to ask him.
Professional, that which train and on top of that home cap, that's it. That's it. Oh.
Thank you. Okay, get our,
So if we're doing a working lunch, what do we, everyone gets their place and then
You know what, it works.
by,
Yeah.
question by Wayne. What's the number?
Where does she pick it off?
140. All in favor of emergency legislation? Online, Donna? Eileen? Opposed?
7-0.
Not voting? Motion approved.
Motion to approve resolution, what was the number?
140.
140.
Second.
Second by Ray. Go ahead. Sure.
Okay. Third, fourth, whereas the produce prescription pilot program, P4, is a competitive cooperative agreement program administered by the Health and Human Services through Indian Health Services, which provides funding for community-based partnerships that provide food vouchers and nutritional education to targeted patients with the goal of addressing food insecurity and decreasing the risk for diet-related illnesses. Whereas the produce prescription pilot program funding number HHS 2023 IHS 001 is a 5-year agreement with an award amount up to $500,000 per year, no match requirement, and an application deadline of June 8, 2023. And whereas the Rosebud Economic Development Corporation has demonstrated a long-term commitment to supporting the local food economy and promoting a healthy Oyate, and has created a coalition of partners including Sioux CDC, Rosebud IHS, and Turtle Creek Crossing Superfoods to collaborate in implementation of the Project P4. Therefore, be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council hereby authorizes Redco as a tribal instrumentally and its agents to enter a cooperative agreement through the P4 program and lead the implementation project outlined in the agreement. So
Okay.
it's a grant that they're applying for, basically.
And this is the one that Katrina brought down? Speak to it, or
Yeah, so do you have any questions about it?
for Katrina? Not, we'll call for the question. Wayne, all in favor? Online, Donna?
Yes.
Eileen?
Yes.
Opposed? Not voting? Motion carried. It is approved, Katrina.
Awesome. Where do I get the signed one?
Sign one?
Yeah.
As soon as she gets a joke here with you.
Just sign it? I'm just kidding. All right, thank you, everyone. If you have more questions on the project, then you can always reach out to me, text me, call me, email me.
Make sure the vouchers are over $100.
They are.
Cool.
Depending on your household size, but most households do qualify for the went over $100.
Are these two different resolutions on that MOU?
Yeah, it is. This first one. The one that has the back page with the, oh, they both have the MOU, let me see here.
So, just be looking at one or?
We're just looking at one that definitely needs to be approved today, because the other one includes.
Resolutions approve two different things, so let's bring one on, let's bring the overall site plan. Is that all
If
right?
you want to do both of them today, we can, I guess.
Yeah, the
Okay.
second, the first one is the thick one, second one is the thinner.
All right. Which one you want to bring on first?
Oh, this one that says MOU.
MOU?
Okay. Did we get them already?
Motion to bring on as emergency legislation?
A whole bunch of thick packets, I don't know which one it is.
Sure, are you bringing on as emergency?
think Russell, you bringing it on, Russell?
Are these
Yeah.
the nacho ones or what?
Yeah,
The number is 141. Russell needs a second.
I'll second.
Second by Cher, question by Wayne. All in favor?
And it's the one that says
Aye.
MOU?
Yeah.
Online, Donna?
Yes.
Eileen?
Yes.
Opposed?
0,
Not voting.
3.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve. Need a second, Cher?
Okay,
Wait,
whereas, I'm gonna start on the sixth whereas rules of traffic, that RST resolution number 20-171 to support the Rapid City School Land Project. Effort to honor the children and relatives who passed away at the Rapid City Indian Boarding School and Sioux Sanatorium Tuberculosis Facility. Whereas Remembering the Children, Inc., a South Dakota nonprofit corporation, has requested the Rosebud Sioux Tribe approval to an overall site plan for Remembering the Children Memorial and authorizing the Remembering the Children Memorial, Inc., a South Dakota corporation, to submit the site plan and to submit an application for permanent right-of-way a road in accordance with 25 USC 323-25 CFR 161.107, 16.108, 169, 123, 169, 124, 169, 124, two of them, and 169.130 to the Bureau of Indian Affairs, Great Plains Regional Office in Aberdeen. Whereas 25 CFR 123 provides that for the BIA grant the row, and the BIA determines that the row is in the best interest of Indian landowners in making a determination that the BIA will review the row application support documents, identify potential environmental impact and adverse impact, and ensure compliance with all federal environmental, land use, historic preservation, and cultural resources and ordinances. Require any modification or mitigation measures necessary to satisfy requirements, including any federal or tribal land use requirements. Upon receiving a row application, we will promptly notify the applicant whether the package is complete. The complete package includes all the information support documents required under the subpart, included but not limited to accurate legal descriptions for each affected tract, documentation of landowner's consent, the NEPA review, and therefore it is resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribe accepts and adopts the recommendation of the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Land and Natural Committee to approve the overall site plan, grant landowner consent to a permanent row, and authorizing Remembering the Children, Inc. to submit an application for a permanent row to the Great Plains Regional Office, BIA, Aberdeen, South Dakota. And finally, to grant approval for Remembering the Children, Inc. to construct and operate the memorial. Be it also resolved that the President of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe is authorized and directed to sign and execute any necessary applications and or documents on behalf of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe.
Any questions, discussion?
Just for clarification, that wasn't the MOU one, that was the
Yeah, yeah.
rights of way one, okay,
I switched my number.
okay.
Start off the same, but no questions, I'll ask, discussion, I'll ask for the question, so. Got a question, discussion? Huh?
One of the things why we're proposing these resolutions is, it is, 3 separate tribes own that land. And we're gonna utilize 25 acres of that for a memorial. and it's gotta pass through both the other tribes. And the way it's spelled out in the contract is what we're approving in terms of, resolution. And this other one is the MOU, and there were surveys already done in that area, the cultural 3, surveys. But he wants to hire, somebody to come in and do that. And so I guess we're not gonna interfere with that.
Call for the question. Neil? All in favor?
Technically, we're the last one.
Online?
Yes, Donna.
Eileen?
Yes.
13,
Opposed?
0,
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried.
The next one is emergency legislation.
142, need a second.
Which one is that?
Chair, question by Wayne. All in favor? Online, Donna?
Yes.
Eileen?
Yes.
13,
Opposed?
0,
Not voting.
0.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve.
Russell, before you read,
Second.
do we want to take off that, therefore be it resolved?
To Neil.
Which one?
But therefore be it resolved. To do elections, the automated.
Oh, yeah. Got election and our, therefore be resolved. Natural resource. To enter an agreement for automated election services.
Where's?
We have our attorney really working hard.
Yeah, he's.
Anyway, we'll delete that, amend it as correct.
Take that out of there.
Anyway, you want me to read it through?
Yes, please.
Remember, whereas remembering the Children, Inc., a South Dakota nonprofit corporation has proposed a memorandum of understanding with the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council to designate and authorize Quality Services, Inc., 1621 Sheridan Lake Road, Rapid City, South Dakota, to act on behalf of the tribe to prepare and submit a Class 3 cultural resource survey, and for an environmental assessment to the BIA Great Plains office on 25.38 acres of land that is part of the 117.9 acres of land conveyed in trust to the Oglala Sioux Tribe, the Cheyenne River Sioux Tribe, and the Rosebud Sioux Tribe, and to authorize Quality Service, Inc. to take all appropriate action for preparation of documents. Number 3, to work with Bureau of Indian Affairs Great Plains Office, Aberdeen, South Dakota, during a review of the document. And whereas the proposed MOU also provides that the preparation submission of the CRS and the EA are preliminary steps for construction of Remembering the Children Memorial. Whereas cost of the services of Quality Service, Inc. will be paid by the Remembering the Children Memorial. And whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council accepts and adopts the recommendation of the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Land and Natural Resource Committee to enter into a MOU to designate and authorize Quality Services to act on behalf of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe for the preparation, submission of environmental assessment and cultural resource survey and other related tasks for the preparation and construction of Remembering the Children Memorial. Where nothing in this agreement shall be construed as wavering the sovereign immunity of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe or it constituted, how do you say that? Constituent part. Where, and then this, therefore it resolved that Rosebud Sioux accepts the recommendation of the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Land and Natural Resource Committee to enter an agreement for that company, Quality be resolved that the president of Rosebud Sioux Tribe is authorized and directed to sign and execute the MOU on behalf of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe.
Any discussion? Does that automated part need to be taken out there too? So,
Pardon me?
the automated part need to be
Delete it and then put
Okay.
quality.
as amended then?
What does it mean? Are you gonna include MOU, enter into an MOU rather than that? Okay.
As amended.
I just got that first one.
Yeah. Call for the question. Wayne? All in favor? Online, Donna?
yes,
Eileen? Opposed?
Zero.
Not voting?
Is that,
Yeah, she said yes.
Zero.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm gonna leave you at 1 o'clock, but, I kinda wanted to update on those petitions that were submitted on Monday, what the plans are, and kinda give us an idea of the timeline.
I can give you a report, but we'll have to go off the air.
We're gonna quit for the day anyway, right?
Yeah, well,
And one of the other things too is, with Tammy's, funeral arrangement, you know, she worked for our tribe for many years, you know, she kinda handled the solid waste for years. And, but they're gonna bring her back from the funeral home directly to the burial site. So I thought maybe we as a tribe should be there, at least at the burial site, to have a little honoring for her before she's buried.
okay. You want, what day do you want to do that on Friday?
Yeah, I mean, that's the day of the funeral.
Okay.
I mean, I would think, I'm only one person here, but, you know, maybe we can do a presentation of blanket or a flag or, and provide a meal, catered in meal, or somebody mentioned,
You want the secretary's office to coordinate that, is that,
yeah,
okay?
we can do that,
Kind of like what they did with Julie?
yeah.
Okay.
Motion for emergency legislation.
The second number is
143.
143. Any question?
Who's second?
Ray did. Question by Bill. All in favor?
Right.
Online, Donna?
Yes.
Any?
11,
Opposed?
0,
Not voting?
0.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve resolution 2023-143.
Second, Ray. Go ahead.
I'll start with the fourth whereas. Whereas Rosebud Sioux Tribe has decided to pursue entering into an agreement with the Indian Health Service under Title V Compact under the Indian Self-Determination Education Assistance Act. USC subsection 45AAA EP sequence 42 CFR subsection 137. Whereas to facilitate with the initial step toward Title V compacting, the Rosebud Sioux Tribe has chosen to create a chartered nonprofit entity, the Sioux Health System Corporation, and therefore be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council adopts and accepts the creation of a chartered entity, the Sioux Health System Corporation, and be it further resolved that the President of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe is authorized and directed to sign and execute the acceptance of Sioux Health System Corporation charter and any other documents on behalf of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe.
You can get a copy.
Yep.
Brianna, let's go get some more.
No, let's make some
There
more.
was enough, she only got as far as me.
So, in here,
Sat down.
I'm tired. So in here, this is the charter that was presented. It's been a work in process. We've been working on it in Health Board, reviewing it, making amendments as needed. And if anybody has any questions?
I can't vote because I don't see the people.
Here.
Cause you what?
How do you get one of these?
Oh, that's you were confusing me.
Is there any questions? Your resolution. Discussion.
Who you got working up there?
Now I'll call for the question. Wayne, all in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Online. Donna. Eileen. Eileen. And opposed. Not voting. 1. 10-0-1. Motion carried.
Hold on, guys, bear with me. The next one is, did they make a copy of this? Did they make copies of this?
Which one is that one?
This is that detox policy one.
No, those copies are up there, should be.
Yeah, there's about 10 of them.
Yeah. They're the ones with the paper clips. Or the black, yeah, the black ones.
There's no resolution with it, it's just
Policy and procedure.
well, I have the resolution.
Yeah, she has the resolution,
Okay.
so they could just have the copies of them.
Huh? Oh, yeah, I have the resolution in here. So, the resolution that Norman's talking about is for the funding for PMO for the rest of the, what budget year. And for those of you that. Oh, you need it?
Yeah. No, I mean, that's the packet that you have. What the heck?
I don't know what
They
you
didn't
passed
do
out.
their copies right, because there's no resolution on the packet.
Okay, there needs to be resolution passed in the detox center policies and procedures. We don't have a resolution.
Do you wanna?
Where's our help at?
There's one, because I just did it. Copies of those and then free with the resolution.
So I said, bear with me, and a whole bunch of resolutions.
Everybody just going all at you?
Yeah.
She has these with the resolutions and then that big packet without a resolution.
Okay, so this is the one that she needs to read. Okay. For the detox,
Yeah, she
because
has,
that had, okay.
so we need extra copies of that, of this one, like 10. And the copy machine is not working right.
How machine's not working?
In there?
Maybe
So, this
the
is
president
same
wants to
thing.
fill out some papers. Oh, it's chairman, we're in session, you know, chairman.
Chairman.
All right, motion for emergency legislation.
Motion for emergency legislation, the number is 135?
144.
144. Jeez. A lot of emergency legislation though.
What is
144.
it?
Second by Tennille,
144.
question
What is
by,
it for?
This is that detox
Everything?
policies.
Okay, we just want to.
question by
Yeah,
Stan.
and then she's doing.
All in favor? Emergency legislation, 1.
Six.
Online, Donna?
Yes.
Eileen?
Yeah.
We can't even vote because the next is not in.
Fall apart today.
Yeah. And we gotta start kind of checking ourselves out when we go out the door because we have to stop and pause and it don't look very professional when we just leave the room and break the quorum. So we need to be mindful of that. We need a break and call for a break, but don't just get up and break the quorum right in the middle of a vote. Right?
We get ignored too during that time and you forget.
No, it's not about me, it's about you guys breaking quorum, so let's not go there. All in favor?
Six.
Online, Donna?
Yes.
Eileen?
Yeah.
8.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
3.
Are you guys not voting because
We don't have the
have a
resolution.
resolution?
Yeah.
Oh, motion for,
Motion to approve?
yeah, motion to approve resolution 23-144.
Need a second? Bill?
I'll start with the fourth whereas. Whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe has established a tribal budget and finance committee pursuant to the RST ordinance number 8007 to operate with the input from the directors of tribal programs and tribal council members to develop and coordinate all aspects of tribal budget activities in accordance with the Rosebud Sioux Tribe's constitution and bylaws. Whereas Rosebud Sioux Tribe Health Administration has been planning and developing a social detoxification program to provide detox services for individuals suffering from withdrawal. Whereas a set of standard operating procedure documents have been developed for the detoxification facility in collaboration with the Massachusetts General Hospital Rural Medicine Program, also known as the Boston Doctors. Whereas these standard operating procedures include policies and procedures for operating an American Society for Addiction Medicine, Level 3.2 clinically managed 24-hour residential withdrawal program, a client eligibility checklist, and a client admission guideline. Whereas these operating procedures do not cover medically monitored detoxification services for individuals requiring intensive care from a physician, also known as medical detox. Therefore, be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council approves and adopts the standard operating procedure for the Rosebud Sioux Social Detoxification Services Facility.
Okay, you have to read all of the policy and record page. Is there any discussion? Any questions? Not, we need a question. Call for the question. Wayne, all in favor? Online, Donna? Eileen? Opposed? Not voting. Motion carried.
Motion for emergency legislation.
145. Need a
This one
second?
here is on the PMO.
Need a second?
That's the PMO one. I don't know where it's at.
Motion for emergency legislation, second by Ray.
No, I'm not seconding it. We all get these before we start.
Okay, well, I just assumed that they all had them already, so
I'm assuming.
when they're proposed.
Kind of unprofessional to not have them.
Are these the same then? What you just gave me in this set?
Well, it's the same as this, you just didn't attach the resolution. I don't know. They're all mixed up. I don't know.
Is this packet the same as this packet that I just got then? Okay. I don't know why that took them without a resolution.
Everybody have the PMO resolution.
Okay, just consider the grant.
I need a PMO.
All that and on there.
Is this the PMO one?
That's for the grant. That's for those. I made one.
Here's the PMO.
I look to be worried about it. Where is it?
35, right? Yeah.
So is this the same detox one they already did? Or
Yep.
is it
Yeah, that's the one. No, this is for,
a different one?
yeah, for Rosebud Concrete to do the finish work.
What's that one? PMO is the.
I'm just passing it on so you have it, so I don't get it. Thank you. I don't like to be unprofessional because I'm pretty professional.
He was professional, you know what it was.
I just want to get papers out, okay?
I'm on this one right here.
Yeah, I got that
No, it's a different amount.
one.
So now I need to do a motion to approve.
Motion to add emergency legislation, the number is 145, we need a second.
This is finish work with Rosebud.
For PMO resolutions, there we have it. Second by Ray. Need a question? Emergency legislation.
So these are
Norman,
grants.
all in favor?
These are grants, but that's another.
Why'd you get a question on the approval? I didn't read it in yet.
No, emergency legislation.
These are grants.
No, we didn't get a second, because nobody,
Oh, okay.
didn't all have the,
Quit giving me papers.
online, Donna? Eileen?
Just don't, yeah.
Opposed? Not voting.
What is it? 8
Motion, yeah. Motion to approve, 145.
Motion to approve resolution 2023-145.
Question.
Second by Ray. Go ahead.
We'll start with the fifth whereas Piamani OTP Youth Homeless Shelter provides a transitional housing to homeless youth on the Rosebud Reservation, whereas the PMO shelter is managed by the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Health Administration Office, whereas the PMO shelter is in need of funding to support operations through September 30th, 2023 in the amount of $176,637.76, whereas the Health Administration seeks to rebudget carryover funding from account 514.103 ARPA Mod 6.2 to fund the PMO shelter. Therefore be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council approves the rebudgeted use of the carryover funds from the account 514.103 ARPA Mod 6.2 in amount of $176,637.76 to support operation of the Piamani OTP Youth Homeless Shelter through September 30th, 2023.
Question. Question by Tennille. All in favor? Online, Donna?
Sorry.
Yes.
Eileen?
Yes.
11,
Opposed?
0,
Not voting.
0.
Motion carried.
Motion for emergency wait. Okay, if you guys read the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
Double sheet.
6. It's a single sheet. The sixth whereas, it says the administration for Children and Families has announced a new funding opportunity for basic center programs. A single sheet here. What it looks like. Got grant numbers on it. Everybody got it?
I don't.
Wayne, pay attention.
You bet. Second.
No, I don't have these two.
You second?
146.
Motion for emergency station, 146. Need a second. Ray. Wayne. Question by Ray. All in favor? Online, Donna?
Yes.
Eileen?
11,
Opposed?
0.
Not voting.
Motion to approve resolution 2023-146.
Second by Jordan. Go ahead.
I'll start with the fifth whereas the RST Health Administration has managed the Piamani OTP Youth Homeless Shelter, which provides transitional housing to homeless youth on the Rosebud Reservation. Whereas the Administration for Children and Families has announced a new funding opportunity, the Basic Center Program. Whereas the Health Administration seeks to apply for the ACYF CY0021 opportunity to support operation of the Piamani OTP Youth Homeless Shelter. Whereas the ACYF CY0021 opportunity allows a funding request of up to $250,000 per year for up to 3-year project period. Therefore be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council approves the RST Health Administration's application to ACF funding opportunity ACF ACYF CY0021 with an expected budget of $250,000 per year for up to 3 years to support operation of the Piamani OTP Youth Homeless Shelter.
Any discussion?
Is there any match?
Is there a match on that, Skyla?
No.
No? Okay. Any other questions? We'll call for the question. Ray, all in favor?
8, 9,
Online, Donna?
Yes.
Eileen?
Yes.
11,
Opposed?
0,
Not voting.
0.
Motion carried.
Okay, next one is I gotta read through it first, make sure I know what it is. It's a thick one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The fifth whereas says RST Ordinance 9305, Section 6A, delegates the health board. You guys are just evil over there.
147, emergency legislation, need a second. Wayne, question by Bill. All in favor?
Nine.
Online, Donna?
Yes.
Eileen?
Yes. Yes.
11.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting.
0.
Motion to approve resolution 2023-147.
Second by Gordon. Go ahead.
I'll start with the fifth whereas RST Ordinance 9305, Section 6A delegates to the health board the power and duty to compose resolutions and ordinances pertinent to health, human services, and home improvement issues affecting the Rosebud Reservation. Whereas under RST Ordinance 9305, Section 6, the health board is delegated the powers and duties to gather information and data as to health, human services, and home improvement resources on the reservation. Review all non-tribal health, human services, and health improvement activities. Whereas the RST Council has delegated the authority to establish an institutional review board for review of all health and human subjects research to the RST Health Administration. Whereas the Institutional Review Board has not yet been formed by the RST Health Administration, whereas without a formed Institutional Review Board, the RST Health Board retains the authority to approve or disapprove proposed health and human subjects research proposals. Whereas Dr. Mary Isaacson with the South Dakota State University College of Nursing has prepared research application and presented 3 National Institutes of Health funded research proposals to the RST Health Board, including 1, messaging on palliative care, 2, talking circles with adolescents discussing COVID-19, 3, surveys on COVID-19. Whereas the RST Health Board did review the research proposals presented by Dr. Isaacson, whereas the RST Health Board did approve the 3 research proposals, whereas the approved research proposals will be required to resubmit for review under the Institutional Review Board 365 days after initial approval. Therefore, be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council affirms the Health Board's review and approval of Dr. Mary Isaacson's 3 National Institute of Health funded research proposals and requires a resubmission of the research proposals 365 days from initial approval.
Discussion. Any question? Stan? All in favor? Online, Donna?
Yes.
Eileen?
Yes.
11.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Carried.
Okay, the next one's gonna be on maternal child health program is seeking SAMHSA funding.
Maternal health.
You guys all have it?
Yep.
That's okay.
And 148.
Yeah.
Motion for emergency legislation, second by, question by Jordan. All in favor?
The second? 9. Ray and Jordan.
Online, Donna?
Yes.
Eileen?
11.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting.
0.
Motion to approve 2023-148.
Second by Jordan.
I'll start with the 1, 2, 3, 4. the fifth whereas the maternal and child health program current grant funding is scheduled to end September 2023. Whereas the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration and the Administration for Children and Families have posted new funding opportunities that align with the goals of the maternal and child health program. Whereas the maternal and child health program seeks to apply for the SAMHSA funding opportunity project linking actions, unmet needs in children health, and ACF funding opportunity tribal maternal infant early childhood home visiting program. Whereas the maternal and child health program seeks to utilize these funding opportunities to extend the program and expand home visiting and case management services for mothers and children. Whereas the SM 23004 opportunity will allow a funding request of up to $600,000 per year with up to a 5-year project period, and the ACF ECD TH 0241 opportunity will allow a funding request of up to $600,000 per year with up to a 5-year project period. Therefore, be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council approves the RST Health Administration's application to the SAMHSA funding opportunity SM 23004 and the ACF funding opportunity ACF ECD TH 0241 with an expected combined budget of $1,200,000 per year for up to 5 years to support the Rosebud Maternal and Child Health Program. And this also doesn't have cost sharing, right? Cost match, no.
Discussion? Any question? Bill? All in favor?
Aye.
Online, Donna?
Yes.
Eileen?
Yes.
11,
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried.
Motion for emergency legislation.
149,
9.
149. Second by Jordan.
CDC.
Question by Tennille. All in favor, CDC resolution. Online, Donna?
Yes.
Eileen?
Yes.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
2.
So 10,
Motion to approve resolution 2023-149.
the second, Jordan, go ahead.
Let's start with the fifth whereas the Centers for Disease Control have announced a new funding opportunity strengthening public health systems and services in Indian country. Whereas the RST Health Administration seeks to apply for CDC RFA TO 23001 to support more public health staff and public health data and information systems. Whereas CDC RFA TO 23001 opportunity allows a funding request of up to $200,000 per year for up to a 5-year project period. Therefore, be it resolved, Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council approves the RST Health Administration's application to CDC funding opportunity CDC RFA TO 23001 with an expected budget of $200,000 per year for up to 5 years to support public health staff and public health data and information systems.
Any discussion? Question. Question by Tennille. All in favor?
8, 9.
Online, Donna?
Yes.
Eileen?
Yes. Yes.
11,
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried.
Motion for before I do that, this one here is the one that says, NIHB, the National Indian Health Board, for $15,000. It's a single page. think that's the one that Brianna just passed out, huh? Before this one?
This one is
This one's on National Indian Health Board.
yeah, that's. And this
That's
one's
one.
not.
150, first legislation, second by Ray, question by Wayne. All in favor?
Seven,
Online, Donna?
Yes.
Eileen?
Yes.
nine,
Opposed?
zero,
Not voting.
2.
Motion for approval, second by Ray.
I'll start with the fifth whereas. Whereas the RST Health Administration would like to achieve public health accreditation for the health administration program through the Public Health Accreditation Board. Whereas the public health accreditation will help the health administration meet performance and quality standards for public health. Whereas the National Indian Health Board has announced a mini grant opportunity, Strong Systems for Stronger Communities, to support tribes in working towards public health accreditation. Whereas the RST Health Administration has submitted an application for the NIHB mini grant with a total funding request of $15,000. Whereas the NIHB has awarded the Rosebud Sioux Tribe the Strong Systems for Stronger Communities mini grant support public health accreditation through the Public Health Accreditation Board. Therefore be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council approves the RST Health Administration's application to the National Indian Health Board of Mini Grant Strong Systems for Stronger Communities with a total budget of $15,000 and accepts the awarding funding.
Okay, is there any discussion? Question by Tennille. All in favor?
9,
Online, Donna?
Yes.
Eileen?
Yes.
11,
Opposed?
0,
Not voting.
0.
Motion carried.
Okay, the next one, it's a 2-pager and it's got the amount of $92,256 on there with the Rosebud concrete.
51. Motion for legislation, need a second. Jordan, question by Bill. All in favor?
Seven, 8, 9,
Online, Donna?
Yes.
Eileen?
Yes.
11,
Opposed?
0,
Not voting.
0.
Motion to approve resolution 2023-151.
Need a second. Ray, go ahead.
I'll start with the fifth whereas. Whereas Rosebud Sioux Tribe Health Administration has been planning and preparing a facility for detoxification services. Whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Health Administration has been planning and preparing a new building for the main health administration office. Whereas the detox facility and health administration office building are in need of building repairs, including infrastructure and finishing. Whereas Rosebud Concrete has made a bid for the building repairs for the detox facility and health administration office building for a total of $92,256.99. Therefore be resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council approves a sole source contract with Rosebud Concrete for building repairs of the detox facility and health administration office building for a total of $92,256.99.
Is there any discussion? Any question? Vanessa, all in favor?
9,
Online, Donna?
Yes.
Eileen?
Yes.
11,
Opposed?
0,
Not voting.
0.
Motion carried.
This next one is for Tony Walker.
Next one is 152.
emergency legislation for resolution 2023-152.
Second. Jordan, question by Ray. All in favor?
8.
Online, Donna?
Yes.
Eileen?
I see here, yeah. 11.
Opposed?
0.
Now voting.
0. Motion to approve resolution 2023-152.
Second. Jordan, go ahead.
I'll start with the fifth. Whereas the RST Health Administration has managed the Wichoni-Wakan Health and Healing Center for providing suicide prevention and behavioral health services to tribal members. Whereas the Wichoni-Wakan program's current grant funding is scheduled to end in June 2024. Whereas the Substance Abuse Mental Health Services Administration has posted several new funding opportunities that align with the goals of the Wichoni-Wakan program. Whereas Wichoni-Wakan program seeks to apply for 2 SAMHSA funding opportunities, the Tribal Behavioral Health Native Connections Grant and the Strategic Prevention Framework. Whereas the Wichoni-Wakan program seeks to utilize the funding opportunities to extend the program and expand the program's delivery of suicide prevention and behavioral health services. Whereas the SM 23-021 opportunity will allow a funding request of up to $250,000 per year with up to a 5-year project period, and the SP 23-004 opportunity will allow a funding request of up to $375,000 per year with up to a 5-year project period. Therefore, be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council approves the RST Health Administration's application to the SAMHSA funding opportunities with an expected combined budget of $625,000 per year for up to 5 years to support the Wichoni-Wakan Health and Healing Services.
Any discussion? Question by Tennille. All in favor?
Go.
9.
Online, Donna?
Yes.
Eileen?
Yes.
11.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting.
0.
Motion carried.
And a motion to approve, it's in your guys' little gray folder under Health Board, Resolution 2023-123.
Board of Supervisors.
122.
123.
That one kind of just needed food. Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
that resolution was supposed to give us file for
Yeah.
that grant for Redco to apply for the food sovereignty deal.
We did that this morning.
No, there was one that I was trying to get past Thursday and we didn't get it on the schedule. They're applying for,
Katrina and Sherry read in one for food sovereignty.
that one's for prescribed food for medicine, this one's for buying meat and then giving it out to the people this winter.
Should be on that file someplace.
Yeah, Keith was supposed to have it in
Is
the
that
folder.
emergency?
Disappeared.
Is that emergency?
No, this is a regular.
I'll see if they're.
So,
Yeah, it's a
motion to approve 2023-123.
Yep.
Need a second? Second by Tennille.
I'll start with the fifth whereas again. Whereas prescription opioid drugs have worsened an addiction crisis in the Sichagu Oyate. Whereas the pharmacies, Walmart, CVS, Walgreens, pharmaceutical manufacturers, Johnson & Johnson, Purdue Pharma, Mallinckrodt, ELC, and distributors knowingly distribute opioid medications in tribal communities while being fully aware opioids were more addictive than they claimed. Whereas overprescription of opioids in tribal communities has led to a high rate of opioid addiction and has worsened addiction rates in tribal communities. Whereas thousands of lawsuits were filed against the pharmacies and pharmaceutical companies by individuals, tribes, tribal organizations, state governments, many other organizations. Whereas in 2017, these opioid lawsuits were consolidated into national prescription opioid multi-district litigation to be overseen by one judge, whereas the Tribal Leadership Committee was appointed to coordinate tribal litigation and advocate for for all tribes in settlement negotiations referred to officially as the tribal opioid settlements. Whereas 5 new settlements have reached with tribes to resolve the opioid litigation totaling well over $1 billion for prevention, abatement of the opioid epidemic across Indian country during the next 15 years. Whereas Tribal Leadership Committee released a notice to tribes letter on March 27, 2023 detailing to participate in the settlement. Whereas all tribes are eligible to participate in the tribal opioid settlement regardless of whether a tribe files an opioid lawsuit. Therefore be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council approves the participation in the tribal opioid settlements and agrees to receive settlement payments as damages for the harm caused by opioid prescribing pharmacies and opioid drug makers of the Sichongo Oyate. Therefore be it resolved, funds received through the settlement payment shall be used by tribal behavioral health, addiction treatment, and recovery programs for prevention and abatement of opioid abuse, addiction, and overdose. Therefore be it resolved, funds received through settlement payment shall not be used for litigation fees related to the tribal opioid settlement. Excuse me. Therefore be it resolved, the president of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe and any other authorized representative of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe is authorized and directed to sign and execute any tribal participation forms or other documents necessary for accepting settlement payments through the tribal opioid settlement.
Any discussion?
I'll start the question.
Question by Vanessa. All in favor?
Nine.
Online, Donna?
Yes.
Eileen?
Yes.
11.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried.
Well, I was getting to the one weeks.
And then, I don't know who deals with the election board stuff. Anybody?
I'm not sure. I think anybody can bring it up on behalf of, it deals with, money, so I guess it'd be you.
Budget and finance?
Yeah.
Alright, I don't know, did you guys, she passed it out, right?
Yeah, I got it.
Motion for emergency legislation.
153. Any second? Bill, second by Jordan. All in favor? Emergency legislation. 53, it's that one on election board agreement.
I don't have that one.
Services.
I think I have one. Is it there? Not stapled together.
That's good, I might forget, yeah.
First time. Online.
Online, Donna?
Yes.
Eileen?
Yeah.
Can you get me some at Walmart? Opposed?
0.
Not voting.
1.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve resolution 2023-153.
Need a second. Jordan, go ahead.
We'll start with the 6th whereas. RST ordinance number 94-125 requires purchases of 10,000 or more requires approval of RST or Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council, whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council accepts and adopts the recommendation of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Election Board instead of saying committee.
Yeah, I think they're bored, aren't they?
Yeah. So the election board to enter an agreement for automated election services, whereas nothing in the agreement should be construed as waiving the sovereign immunity of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe or its constituent parts. Therefore be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribe accepts and adopts the recommendation of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Election Board to enter into an agreement for automated election services. Be it also resolved that the president of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe is authorized and directed to sign and execute an election services agreement on behalf of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe. That's it.
Is there any discussion on it? Any question? Question by Tennille. All in favor? Online, Donna?
Yes.
Eileen?
Ten,
Opposed?
zero,
Not voting? Motion carried.
I know we're on a roll, but can we take 10?
Yeah, let's do it. Fidgety.
Well, this is the last one, right?
Yeah, we can do the last one here.
Then we can adjourn.
Then we could recess.
Yeah,
Oh, recess.
Okay. Motion to bring on Lucy.
Emergency legislation.
One of it. This one again?
Yeah, want to push it up?
Single major.
54?
Sure.
54, 2023, 154.
Yeah, 154.
Need second. Jordan, question by Bill. All in favor?
9,
Online, Donna?
Yes.
Eileen?
Yes.
11,
Opposed?
0,
Not voting?
0.
Motion to approve.
Of course, whereas Local Foods Purchase Agreement, LFPA Plus Inc. is a non-competitive cooperative agreement program administered by the USDA Agricultural Marketing Service, in which $100 million is available for federal recognized tribal governments for the purpose of purchasing local and domestic foods that meet the needs and undeserved members of the community. And whereas the Rosebud Economic Development Corporation, REDCO, has demonstrated a long-term commitment to promoting food sovereignty and supporting the local food economy, and has created a proposal for the LFPA Plus that will result in the direct purchase of over $1 million in locally produced food to be distributed to families at no cost. Therefore, be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council hereby authorizes REDCO staff to negotiate directly with the USDA officials to finalize a cooperative agreement for the LFPA Plus program, which will enable REDCO to purchase locally produced, wild harvested foods for free distribution to community members. And be it further resolved, the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council approves REDCO as a sub-recipient of funding secured through the LFPA Plus cooperative agreement, and authorizes the Rosebud Sioux Tribe's Finance Department to collaborate with REDCO staff to require financial reporting. Be it finally resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council hereby authorizes Clay Cologne to serve as the authorized official of the tribe and execute all required documents thereof.
Any discussion? Any question?
I have a question.
Right.
So this thing with Clay, what exactly does he do? Does he attend board meetings or something that he's gonna be representing?
Just negotiating for the application of the grant.
Okay.
And they're only gonna apply for $1 million this go round, but it'll be to put together food boxes that'll be distributed to people throughout the winter. 300 families projected. And they'll cover the costs. There is a certain amount that they have to match, but REDCO will cover the match.
And this is just like one time out of the winter?
Yeah, no, throughout 3 months.
So we're gonna do 100 per month?
100 families? No, 300 for 3 months.
300 per month, so
Families
900,
per month.
so 900 families total.
The grant says they're applying for 300 families to be distributed for 3 months.
Okay, so then it's 100 families per month for 3 months.
Pam said,
Well, that's what I'm asking you, you're reading.
I don't know, they're applying for the grant.
Ray, got a question or a question?
Did you say there was a match?
Yeah,
So,
you have to cover,
so on the resolution we had in the whereas that Redco will pay that match?
Yep, that should be in here.
Yeah.
Just watch, tribe get stuck with it.
As amended?
as amended.
Who seconded that?
Okay. Any question? Jill? All in favor?
Eight.
Online, Donna?
Yes.
Eileen?
Yes.
Opposed?
Zero.
Not voting?
Zero.
Motion carried. All right, done for today.
Diane, sneezing and.
Okay, all right, we'll recess till the 22nd. We're going back on 22nd. We'll continue with our regular agenda and talk about the housing development. So,
Then are you gonna get a hold of Sherry to print off whatever she has for presentation on the?
yeah, I'll make sure I get a report of that.
Oh,
They should have just put our communities on these so you guys don't have to
Yeah.
switch them out.
What is it, 23rd?